And good evening, good afternoon, good morning, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon, aka Luke, and this is my 3D printing channel. On this channel, we build 3D printers, we print with 3D printers, like you see back here right now. We do everything from cosplays to little figurines to printer parts. Right now we've got our Voron 2.4 that's printing parts for a Galactic Armory Imperial Mandalorian Commando armor set. We've got the 0G that's actually printing Voron 2.4 parts. And we've got our V0 over here in the corner that's actually printing some replacement parts for the Fabrico Rook kit that we were working on the stream. So yeah, we do a little bit of everything. Hey Chewy, how's it going? Welcome on in, my friend. Hope you're doing better today. One day at a time. That's the best advice I can give you is just one day at a time. So you may notice there's a little bit of a different setup. I hope the lighting's not too bad. We may have to work on that a little bit. The camera is set back a little bit farther. Hey Shenanigans, how are you doing? So I've got a new setup going back here that it's not complete yet, but I'm working on it. This camera will change slightly. Well, here, let me, which one do I want? I think it's this one. Nope, this one. Yes, this will be the one. Okay, so we've got the side camera over here as normal, and it's on a pedestal, or a pedestal. It's on a camera tripod. But our main camera setup is right here. So what I've got is a mobile workstation stand. So the streaming PC is down at the bottom. This is for the keyboard mouse tray, which is going to be a cluster right now. And I will wind up with two monitors. I have a second AOC monitor here, but I can't find my mount for it. So I had to buy a new one, so it's coming in the way. And then that camera will most likely get set right on top of one or both of the monitors up at the top. So this is kind of going to be the little setup. And I will have another Logitech 4K camera, like the primary camera there, that's going to go up on the ceiling to provide either up on the ceiling or on another tripod over here, with an arm that will extend over to allow for some top-down shots. It's just a matter of refining the setup a little bit as we continue to progress on the channel here. Hey Shenanigans, how are you doing? Mod Light, glad to see you here. Hey Britt, how are you doing tonight? I hope you're doing well this evening. Yeah, so I saw this mobile cart and I was like, you know what? That would be great because that would allow me to get two monitors up here again. Because what I normally do, well, all right, let me switch over here. What I normally do is rearrange my desk, which sits right over here. And I've got a big curved monitor. So that one is kind of a big one, and I'm thinking I'm going to move that. Well, actually, no, I'm going to leave that there. I'll get the second monitor up here, so I'll be able to have chat and everything a lot easier right in front of me. But my desk is a sit stand, so I normally raise it up, and it becomes additional horizontal space right off the camera there that you keep seeing me reach for stuff for. That's I'll move my work laptop out of the way, and then that becomes, I'm cleaning up. I'm cleaning up slowly but surely. We're getting there. We're getting there. So on the last stream, we worked our way through the belt printer and we've got the bones set up. Now, we had an issue where this side of the gantry was higher than this side, and it was 2 or 3 millimeters, right? So that's, there's no bed mesh leveling on this. There's no, BL touch or anything like that to be able to fix the bed level. So I really needed to get this fixed. So what I wound up doing off stream was I took the belts off. I undid the belts at the bottom, flipped them up over the top, and I disconnected these rails from the top and the bottom and took this whole gantry piece down. And that allowed me to get to the screws on this side of the bar. So like on this side, you can get to the screws. There's one here and there's one just on the underside here, but you can get to it with an Allen key. You can't get to these screws because they're right underneath this upright. So that's why I had to take it off. Hey, John Strand, how are you doing? Thank you for the lurk. Don't know if you're getting ready to go to work or eating dinner before you go to work, but thanks for coming in and hanging out. So that's what I did this afternoon. I still have, there's 2 M4 screws, I guess. So there's 2 M4 screws that go through this red plate into the side here. So I need to set it over on its side to get those screws set in place because I still have issues getting the T-nuts, the hammerhead T-nuts to actually engage appropriately. So that's where I'm going to start off tonight, is just kind of flipping it up, getting those 2 set up, and then I will start working on the next piece. Oh, not a problem, Modlight. Not a problem. In fact, they're still sitting right there. I planned on taking off and going to the mailroom yesterday and left them here when I went to the office. So I was going to go today between meetings and had another impromptu managers only meeting today. So yeah, work's kind of interesting right now. So get those over there, move my mouse out of the way. But I will get there tomorrow. I do have a big part of my my schedule just blocked for me time. So I will run the errand and head to the post office. So once again, I'm going to set this over on its edge. And I'm going to be mindful of my wires. And I'm just going to go ahead and get these 2 bolts put back in. Same type of thing. I'm just going to go ahead and pre-turn my T-nut. Oops, darn it. And in this one, I need to use my longer Allen key. I'm not sure where this one came from. Push it down and line it up with the hole. Then we'll just take our M4x8 screw and throw it down in there. Tighten that side up. And we'll do the next one. Then we'll flip it over and do the other 2. And then we'll start with the build again. And you may ask, why am I using this, this Allen key versus my wrench. And that's because every once in a while I get these close to a magnet and these will get magnetized sometimes. And I know my ball end drivers are magnetized. So I go to push it down into the slot and then I'll pull it back out when I go to actually use the torque wrench. So we'll get those plates in there. We'll move those to the side. We'll flip it 180 degrees so that we can work on doing the other two on the other side. Your tool head may slide, so just be cognizant of that. And I did add the belt on the x-axis yesterday as well. So I think that was those are the only things I did off stream because I'm trying to keep as much as I can on stream for this build. Darn it. But yeah, not a problem. I've got one of the V6 all metal heat brakes and a few nozzles that I'm sending you. I thought I had more of the heat brakes, but apparently I did not because I think I gave some to Evil Diesel one of the last times he was over here. That one actually slid down in the channel a little bit, so let me see if I can't pull it back up. Yep, no worries. But Chewy, what have you been working on these days? And I should ask, have you done anything with the Ender 5 Plus Z rails I gave you at Murph? Okay. Yeah, so when you get the stuff that I'm going to put in the mail for you next tomorrow, you'll have my address so you can send stuff back my way. I think for now I'm just going to kind of lay that out of the way and off to the side because when we go to work on the belt, it's all going to be right in this area. So that is getting us right back to where we ended the stream on Tuesday. You're waiting on silver paint? Gotcha. Yeah, and I got to take Free Heathen's suggestion and the chest pieces that I've printed already, like the shoulders, I'm just going to leave at 100%. But the chest piece, which probably means the ab as well as the back, I'm going to increase the size of those printed parts to 108%. And that'll give me some room to add padding underneath it once I get them put together and filled and sanded and primed and painted and all that goodness. So the chest piece that I have to already, if you guys have seen Westery One playing with her plastic welder, I've got one of those. So I think I'm going to put a couple of those in there to hold the pieces together, and then work on filling things in and possibly doing a little bit of epoxy, and maybe some epoxy with fiberglass balloons to fill in any of the larger gaps that are in the part. Hey, Solar, how are you doing? So yeah, we had to do some work. I did some work to get our X gantry a little more de-racked and straight. So I was measuring 3 millimeters longer on this side than this side of the bar. And so I wound up taking, undoing the belts, taking the two uprights here off so that I can remove the X gantry, because you cannot get to the bolts on this side, and these are the bolts that I needed to adjust. So once I was able to get to these bolts and crack them a little bit loose, I was able to adjust the angle of the bar and then retighten them up, put them back on here, and I am like an 8, I don't know. It's real close. It's not 100% perfect, but we're well less than a millimeter off between the two sides now. So I feel confident there. And I have not tensioned the belts. They're just hand tight right now, so I will have to tension those down the road. Let me grab my mouse, and we're going to need to go over to our browser window so that we can see the instructions. So this is where we left off, where we were checking our X distance and then finishing off our belts. I do have a little bit of length still down here at the bottom, but I've checked it in no way, shape, or form comes close to getting near the pulley. But I did want to have some type of service ability on this belt. So Modlite, go online and look, Teaching Tech, Michael Laws, his channel's Teaching Tech on YouTube. He just recently did a video on, God, what does he call them? They're like shadow lines, where two pieces join. Rather than trying to get the seam perfect, you do that little, kind of like on your phones or a phone case, where you've got a little bit of a line between the mating parts, and it's a shadow line. But when you do that, your parts don't have to be 100% perfect, but you will have, it would be like this rim here where it's a good seal, but you've got just the, just the faint line or gap there, because trying to do a gap like this on a 3D printed part where these colored in the brush metal, you're not going to get that on a 3D printed part unless you really go like a glass surface for the mating surfaces. But even then, you could get, bowing, warping, whatever, as the print cools. So that's what I'm going to have to do for my shoulders. So the mating surfaces on the shoulders are butt joints, and those joints are what was printed down on the printer. But when you put them there, there's still a little bit of a gap. But by doing them on the printer, if I have a nice good flat surface, I can then sand those, but you're still going to have a hard line there. You're still going to have some type of line that has to be filleted over, or that will show up in a print, or I'm sorry, in a paint job. So by doing that shadow line, it looks like it's a part of the design. And it was teaching tech, yep. And he just did that video. He's been doing a lot of videos on design work. Um, so, yeah. So next up is installing the belt and the heat bed system. So we're going to need our roller bodies, the 12 millimeter rods, the roller caps, and M4x8 black headless screws. Oh, those are set screws. Okay. Okay, gotcha. So I'm not sure if we have to do that or not, but let's see, these guys love their saran wrap. Wonder if they were in a moving company at one point in their lives. Oh, wow. So I was looking at these caps, and these are actually machined for threads. So that's a machined part that they've added threads to. That's wow. That's cool. There is a lot of CNC machining on these parts, and the CNC machining has been very nice. Yeah, it was so these would have been cut and then threads internally cut on the pipe, and then the end caps were CNC'd out, and then um, the center holes cut and threads cut. So yeah, this is yeah, because you're using the older printed ones, correct? Let's see how much play they've got here. And the answer is not a lot. So we're going to have to get the burrs off of these parts as well. So all I'm going to do this time is I'm going to just take some rough grit sandpaper. I have no idea what the grit is on this. And I'm just going to manually try and get the burr off the edge. Because apparently my deburr tool isn't the best. Speaking of which, all right, we're going to go back to the file to start with. And all I'm trying to do is get rid of the burr because these are all cut rods. Um, I actually wonder if my chamfer tool will work on these since they're bigger than the standard 8mm rods I've been hitting. So if I had dulled the chamfer spot, it should have been already done. Use some lube and remove the burrs. Okay, so I got the drill out and we're gonna yep, that worked. So you see the nice little chamfered edge there that I got? So then the trick on the chamfering bit is you've got to go slow or you will tear up the blades. And I think I may have torn it up on the 8mm rods that I was doing before. Yeah, so this is the external chamfer bit that you can get for your drill. Figured out this trick from Ivan Miranda, watching some of his builds. If you're working on like copper, brass, aluminum, then you can go a little bit faster. But if you're doing steel rods like this or the chrome hardened steel rods, you got to go slow or you will mess them up. It's gracious, these are real tight. Maybe I will have to go from the inside out. I didn't think I was going to have to, but I wonder if they're tapered. Eh, might be. That was weird. Hey, Timur, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. You need a lump Hummer. I'm not sure what that is. Hmm. So as I'm sitting here talking great things about these, I've got what feels like one of these is off center. Because I can get one side screwed in, but the other side's not screwing in. But without the rod in, both sides screw in. So I'm wondering, see, this side screws in no problem. This side's not. And if I take this one off, you'll kind of see how it's off center. We'll see if I can try and get it to line up better. Yeah, but I don't think I'm going to be able to bend a 12 millimeter rod by hand back into shape either. And I don't think it'd be the tube. So I'm going to undo this end, right? And then get this end tightened on, maybe. The rod or the end cap, one of the two of these, I think is something's bent. Well, I'll have to say, how the heck do you bend a 12 millimeter rod? Getting it in there, but I'm definitely going to have to get my 30 millimeters measured on the side. Let me get 30 millimeters lined up on the one side. Then we'll work on trying to get the other side in. All right, that's 50 millimeters. I was going to say 30 was not looking right. Okay, one side. Where's my screws? Hey, Cedar Craft, how are you doing, my friend? Yeah, but I'm not sure if these are aluminum rod or if it's a steel rod. Since we're dealing with set screws, we will put a little bit of Loctite on this, but I want to lock one side lengthwise down before I start trying to work on the other. Magnet will tell me. Really, any flat surface will tell me, but I can tell that something is bent. So at this point, it doesn't matter whether it's the rod or the tube. Something's just kind of bent out of shape. Fighting with your blood sugar issues. Well, that's not good. Um, I know my mom's a adult diabetic. Well, she's a type 1 diabetic. Um, but yeah. Ah, yeah, that's true. Hey, Dennis Designs, how are you doing? Yeah, I start getting it some, but then it stalls out on me. Well, it's magnetic to the rod. So yeah, the rod's chrome steel. Yeah, we're gonna have to work on that. Figure something out. You had a CR10 and moved to an Ender 3 V2 and have not looked back. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I've got I have a Ender right over here in the corner, and we switch over to this one. Right over here in the corner is a heavily modified Ender 3, and it has been working like a charm. It's got over 4,000 hours of print time on it, and yeah, it just works beautifully. So I feel you. If it works, go for it. I'm seeing some burrs here from the threading procedure. So we may have to take this and try and do a little bit of sanding through the middle if I can get it rolled up well enough. I don't need to do much. I just need to clean the burrs out from where um, they threaded in the holes for the um, set screws. Now let's see if this one looks a lot better. Oh yeah, so that just may be a bent rod. Because this one, very nicely. So let me get, where my set screws now? Let me get a couple of set screws and we'll measure this side out and start getting some set screws put in. Okay. Hey Westry, how are you doing? Hope your weather is getting a little bit nicer and you're able to get out and at least walk and exercise your horses. I know you weren't able to ride them yesterday because of the weather, but yeah, I'm going to go with I need at least 50 millimeters on each side because I got 50 on one side and 52 now on the other, but I, I'm going to be okay with that because they're just going to stick out the end. It's not like they're sleeving into the end of something, so I need to have that great symmetry. I just need it to be at least 50 millimeters on each side to be able to get through the bearings. Way too humid, yeah. Oh, well, I hope Captain's doing okay. Now, is Captain the oldest horse that you have then, compared to all the others, or he's the middle ager? Okay, interesting that he would be the one that would have a little bit of problem. Just going to wipe up any of the excess Loctite that was on there. So that one's done. This next one we're still going to have to work on because I do need to get this. I need to get this gap closed up, so I'm going to have to figure that out. Um, and it really is. This rod has a bend in it. Unless there could be a burr on one side or the other. I mean, that could be the case too. As everything has been nicely CNC'd so far from what I've seen. Okay, Dennis, thank you for dropping in. And we will definitely see you Saturday. So Saturday I'm on at 10 a.m. So um, that may work out better with your time zone. It's just weird. I'm gonna. Yeah, this isn't the best surface to check for flatness on. And I'm pretty sure that these would have had to have been done on a lathe. So I doubt if their holes would be at an angle. I mean, they could be. They could be. Yeah. As soon as I start doing one side, it binds up the other. So yeah, there's something with this rod, and that's going to prevent me from being able to put the belt on. So let me see if I can tell. So if it was the rod, it would you would see the rod kind of, doing one of these numbers in the tube. That's not what I'm seeing as I'm turning the rod. What I'm getting is the rod staying kind of in the same angle. So that tells me that it's probably either this end cap or maybe the tube itself isn't square. If that tube wasn't cut square, then that would give us an angle. Hmm. Set these flat down. Oh, a good way to, guess I'll have more of a flat surface here to check. Ah, the end cap. So you look at this end cap, you'll see the chamfer all the way around it. It's nicely chamfered all the way around. Now look at this one. Got an off-center chamfer, which means I think this end cap may be completely off-center. So this is the one that's throwing us at an angle. Now your end cap solar, were those 3D printed or were those like molded, machined? Like what was the end cap material? I'm just curious if that's something that I can actually print if I can get hold of the file. Because trying to get one of these sent out, it's going to be a long boat again because I believe it's going to come from China. Yeah, if you can send me the 3D printed link, I will print one or two if I need to. Yeah, because either the chamfer may be in the right spot, but the through hole itself may be what's wrong because this chamfer cut is off to the side some, so it's more prominent on one side and definitely like almost non-existent on the other. And I can't tell if that means it's an issue with the center bore of this. I mean, I have a drill press, but if I try and drill through this, I'll probably jack it up worse. Um, well, huh. Well, and so the guy that makes these kits, he's in, I think it's Peru. I can't, Chewy, because I have to mount the belt, and then once I mount the belt, then I do the inner piece where I add the bed. I mean, I can get the bed assembly ready, but I'm going to have to get the belt in there somehow. Hey, Ian Douglas, how's it going? I mean, I guess possibly I can. So that's the jacked up one. Put it off to the side. We'll put this one in. Hope you're doing well, Ian. So we just found a manufacturing defect in this part. The one of the end caps. So this side looks good, nice chamfer on the hole. On the other side, that chamfer is way offset over here and barely touches the part over here. So whenever I put this end cap on, it pulls the rod way over to the side. And while I can manhandle it to get it started in the tube, it'll bind, and I won't be able to get it like the 5 millimeters or 6 millimeters that I need it to. So there's an issue with this part that's been manufactured incorrectly, and I don't know if I can clamp this down well enough on my drill press and kind of drill this out myself, and if so, how much slop is that going to induce? So Solar, I believe, is going to send me a file. You're going to do that via Discord, Solar? And I'll just print that end cap. But what we'd have to do is get these in here on the belt, and then you would tighten up your belt, and that would allow you to start doing the rest of the build. So we're going to have some issues there, but we will try and skip forward and do what we can to get, continue to make a little bit of progress tonight before we get fully stymied. Let me get the depth set on this side. Let's see, where were we on our kit? So with the ends on, 50 millimeters at least on each side. Put the set screws in. Install the rollers on the belt. We're going to need a bunch of equipment. We're going to insert the 12mm flange bearings on both sides of both rollers. Just trying to read the instructions. So we're going to need M6 by 18 screws. We're going to need our flange bearings. So we'll get a couple of those. M6 by 18 screws. And M6 lock nuts. Nuts. Like 20s. Oh, M6 lock nuts. Hey, Zombie, how are you doing? Hey, Zombie, quick question on your Fabrico Rook kit. Did you have any issues with the filament path going from the Bowden tube into your hot end? My inquiring mind wants to know. And if you haven't checked yet and you're nearby, if you wouldn't mind just putting a little bit of filament in there to see if you have any issues, I'd appreciate it. Because I have like a, yeah. So just even by hand trying to load filament in there, it feels like it catches on a ledge, and this is what it did to my filament when I first tried to print. See how it kind of jogs the filament there? So it's really, really weird. I've never had a hot end do that. So I posted something on Twitter. I need to follow up with the Fabrico team on that. Okay, so the flanges on this go towards the inside, and there's some set screws in there we're going to have to bring out, and there's a bunch of, I'll say, extra latent grease on the surface that you might want to take off. Grease inside the ball bearings, great. Grease on everything else just makes a mess. Okay, Modlight. And if the old ones were rubber, I'm assuming TPU would probably be the best choice for those. I mean, I could do ABS or something as soon as one of my printers finish. And once again, these are going to have set screws on them, so I am going to put just a tad bit of Loctite. Your Z end stop switch came broken. You're not impressed with the printer design, to be honest. Feels like a not completed tested kit. Yeah, so I know you had some comments on your stream about some of the printed parts and how it had the, I'll say the direct drive Sherpa files, not the, oh, crud, not the Bowden Sherpa files. And I'm actually printing a couple of the Bowden Sherpa files from the user mods off of Annex Engineering's website. It's the, I got the one for the ECAS and one that'll work with the E3D EUC or UC or whatever fitting. So yeah, there was a couple of things. And I mean, I was all excited about the Sherpa extruder being on there. But yeah, I think there's definitely some misses on the kit. So once again, I'm just going through and pulling the set screws off of the flanges, just getting a little bit of Loctite on the very ends of the threads. So that'll help hold these on there once we put them in place. Yeah, you can do sail fin, but you can't do the like you can't do the micro Sherpa because you'd have to print a mount adapter. So it's not a direct drop in, and I can't remember. I think sail fin is a direct drop in for a Sherpa Mini, but don't quote me on that. And I love those set screws where it's like engage half a thread because if you do any more, then it binds the whatever you're trying to slide it on. So we got those on there. Make sure you had the belt on there. We got the belt on there. Roller has to be centered. And if I remember right, we're going to do it on this front piece that's facing us here. And one of the things that Edge of 3D suggested is to take a piece of paper and just line that part, because you don't want a chance that these rods are actually in contact um, with the metal frames. So I'm just going to take this and just set it down in there. We'll put our rod down there. We'll get our screws put in, and then we'll just pull the paper out. And so we're going to use our M6 M6 by 18 screws and M6 nylock nuts to install that. Okay. And apparently you just want this around the rod so that the flange bearing is still flush. We're going to get these through the flange bearing holes, put on our M6 lock nut. And I'm just going to get these started. And then I'll grab my pliers and we'll tighten these up. Let's get this down here so I can get a better angle on that front bolt. Okay, so that side's done. I'm going to pick up the printer and turn it around to do the other side. Like I said, we're just using the paper to ensure that there's just the slightest of interference, or not an interference. We do not want um, the actual rod to sit directly on the metal part. So we're kind of using the paper just to let it stand off just a tiny bit. And that was a suggestion by Edge of 3D because that reduces any chance for friction on that rod. Um, all right, Solar. Enjoy your store run. Hopefully it's uneventful. And that paper should just be able to slide right out. We'll do the same on the back. However, I won't have both sides done, so I won't be able to put this fully in the back yet. But we will work on the other two sides here. The roller has to be centered, so we'll center our roller and by eye, and then we will tighten the set screws on the flanges, or on the bearing flanges here. And that's what will keep the rod from working its way left or right as we print. And be careful with these set screws. They're real easy to strip the heads out on these set screws. So be gentle. Front roller mounts, we're going to use, it says M6 by 18s, and we're going to mount those to the CNC'd flange parts. And it looks like those are going to thread directly into the CNC part. You stripped 2 of them just the other day. You stripped 2 what? Two of the set screws. Gotcha. Yeah, it's real easy to do. Definitely really easy to do. Now, it said we're using M6 by 18 for these as well. And I don't have those. I have M6 by 30, but no other M6 by 18. Oofta. So I'm going to do is just kind of, that goes way longer than they need to be. So what I'm going to do is put those back in here. We may need them for something else. And yeah, I'm pretty sure I haven't knocked them off anywhere. So let me grab, I have some M6 by 30s. Or no, I have M6 by 16s. And these should work. So I'll use those instead. We'll kind of wipe off the excess grease off of here. Oh yeah, at that point, if you strip the head on them, it might just be easier just to drill them out and then, rethread for the next size up. So we're going to mount our flange bearings on the metal CNC part. And once again, the CNC part is a threaded part. So your bolts are going to thread directly into it. Because of that, we should be able to just put a tiny bit of Loctite on here, and we'll thread these in. Move that over a bit so you can possibly see what I'm doing here. Loctite. Yeah. Yeah, it always comes in handy when you have some taps. I mean, I've got a set from Harbor Freight that, well, I mean, it does the job. It's not the best, but it does the job. And then I've bought a couple of sets of, I guess I'll call them speed taps. Um, they're taps that you can chuck up in your drill. And I mean, that doesn't mean like go full blast, full bore on top speed, but I mean, you can use them in your drill, which is a godsend when you're having to drill and tap. I don't know, like for a 0G frame behind me. Because tapping M6 threaded holes by hand sucks. We'll just put it that way. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get both of these set up, and then I'll put it on the rod. We won't have the end cap over here for now, so we won't be able to really tighten it up, but I want to be able to at least get a little bit of the bed or the belt on. I'll have to revisit it once I can print that part. So we'll revisit that on Saturday. But we're going to try and just keep moving forward and making some progress. You got to tap your own holes for your tiny T. Yeah. I'm telling you, if you've got a Harbor Freight nearby, you can go and possibly get a set from there or go on Amazon and get a set. Um, I've got Tap Magic cutting fluid, and it's a set of ThinkWork um, drill taps. So you've got the little adapter for your drill and then the taps themselves. So combine that with a standard drill set, and you should be able to drill and tap out your holes easy. It's just time consuming and kind of a pain in the butt. Okay, so I've got these built. The flange bearings go to the inside, so that'll be that side. This will be this side. I still need to pull the set screws out and put a tiny bit of Loctite on them, especially since we're like engaging like next to no threads. Yeah. Wait, that was almost an issue. And the heads on these just feel so incredibly shallow. On the set screws on these flange bearings. Oh, And I've got that one set on there. I'll worry about centering it and everything here in a second. We'll get this other side set up. What I'm hoping is I can get it to a point where all I have to do is undo the front tension screws when I'm able to print that cap. I mean, you can use it, but you really need something a little thicker than 3-in-1 oil. Yeah. Well, you never know what zombie's doing over there. We're just going to set this on the other end there. That stuff away. And what's up next? Yep. Next, we're going to use our M6 by 45 knurled screws here. And that's going to go through the front of the machine and go into the ends of the CNC parts here. So I have to get that lined up and get it started. Easier said than done. Really easier said than done. Wow. All right, I'm going to have to turn this around so I can see what I'm doing. All right. And once again, I don't want to get this too tight right now because I don't have this other end cap on. But we've got a belt there and we'll be able to continue to move on. And as soon as I can, I'll get a... What do you guys think? Should I print it in TPU or should I print it in ABS? Because I can probably just print it on in the gray ABS that I was using over here since that print's done. I guess it helps. So yeah, so the 2.4 just finished, so I can let that cool a little bit more. I can pull it out and print it in ABS. Oh, luckily I have not broken a tap got wood right here. This is plywood. I have not broken a tap in a hole yet. And I do know my time will run out. It'll happen, I know. Um, I'm going to leave these loose for now. As far as um, I'm not going to do the set screws in these flanges just yet because I'll have to undo them to put that in, get enough to put that end cap on. So I guess I can do this side because I'll just undo this, pop this bracket off, put the end cap on. Yeah, I can set the set screw at least over on this side. Just make sure, well, I say that, but I guess the best I can do is really just kind of center the rods from the outside. Okay. Where are we at? We're at 6 or 7. Tempering chamber. Okay. Give me 1 second here. Mod Light, you said you sent that over to me. Okay. Whoops. Oh, wow. They actually have a printed roller for it as well. Not going to print the roller. I kind of like that metal tube a lot better. Orca slicer. Uh, standard boron stuff. Would that work, or does it need to be even more? It's yeah, the standard boron parts would be 4 walls, 5 top, bottom, and hey, how's it going, Photos Matt? Thank you for coming in. Hey, Build Over Bot. Yeah, should standard boron settings work? I'm assuming mod light. Yeah, let's try. Yeah, well, I figured. Sorry. Stream is not ending. That was just somebody using the wrong keyboard. So I just started that, fired it over, so it's starting to go over there. So hopefully we'll have an end cap that we can try. Now this does have a threaded end to it, and that end cap is smooth. So we'll see if there's any issues. We got to deal with that. Meanwhile, we'll keep trucking right along. We will need to use a measuring tape once we get that set up on both sides, because you're looking for a specific distance between your two shafts, and it's between the two shafts. So 510 to 515 millimeters. Anything more than 515 and your belt is going to be too tight and you'll have friction problems. And that'll drive some misalignment issues as well. Belt might have some creases, so if it does and they kind of hang in there, like there's a little bit of a hump right here, what you would do is once we get our bed in there and we get everything wired up, turn it on to 80 degrees C and put a weight on top of it over the build plate and just keep rolling it by hand and doing all the sections where you've got a bump from the from where it was stored and shipping, and that'll take that out over time. Yeah, and you've got to check that distance on both the front and the back and make sure they're the same so that you get proper belt tension. Because if they're not the same on both sides, that belt will walk on the part. So I hope you're doing well today, Fotis. We're doing pretty good. We've been working on getting stuff installed for the belt printer. I fixed the gantry, so our gantry was a little cockeyed after last stream. I did get that fixed, so that's good. Exactly. I mean, if it's not strong enough for whatever reason, I just increase the amount of infill from 40% to higher. But 5 walls and 40%, I mean, it should be good. And if anything, like I said, if it's too tight to fit in, then it's sandpaper and just sand it down. You use a 12 millimeter reaming bit and ream the inside out of the hole, and then a little bit of sanding paper if we need to on that outer edge to go into the threaded side. No worries. Our motor. Here is this is the Y-axis motor off the old printer, and the actual mount for said motor. Now, if you look at it and you look at that design, it looks like we're going to need to take this off and flip the mount, because yeah, the mount needs to be facing with this little pointed piece towards the back. So we need to take the motor off and flip it to the other side. So not too bad. Okay. Um, yeah, so to be able to do it there, the motor needs to be on the inside, and your connector needs to be facing towards the middle of the printer. So this is kind of how that motor needs to be set in there. So basically we just need to take this plate off and do a flip on it. So that's no big deal. Four bolts and we're good. And it's funny, I love how it shows the using a standard GT2 pulley, because these motors all come with press fit pulleys. In fact, I was double checking to see if they actually sent one, and they didn't. But we'll use this pulley and this to get this lined up. Yeah, the big pulley's on the outside, which means the outside of the motor pulley needs to be on the outside. Like I said, it's just flipping the motor housing, easy peasy. And I actually have one of I think it's the Great Plains pulley extractor. And yeah, I mean, you can remove these pulleys and put a different one on there, but the shafts are also a lot shorter as well. So we should be good to get this lined up. And if not, then we may have to use a different motor. So let me turn this around a bit so that you guys can see what I'm going to be showing you. So I flipped this mount so that the motor will be facing the right direction, and mounting it like this, which is where it would mount. The only place this pulley is going to work is if it's lined up right with this black piece. Yeah, so an option is switching to a different motor. This is going to be a little bit bigger, but it would give me the option of, using a different pulley that would allow me to get a longer throw here to be able to get outside to line up with this. About the only other option, because I don't know, let me see if I've got a Creality motor that I can put a pulley on without having to try and snatch one off. And that is a negative. Either I'm pulling a pulley off, or I'm going to use a different motor. If I'm going to use a different motor, then I'll use one of the stepper on line motors that I have from a previous build. Let's go ahead and take this back off. And like I said, the issue here is just the length of this shaft. Like even if I put the other pulley, if I pull this shaft and put the other pulley on there, I don't think that shaft is going to be long enough to, like, look at the shaft lengths there, side by side. So I'll just switch over and use one of the stepper on line motors. Hey, John Strand, you're back. And looking at this picture, it also is the standard belts. Actually, you know what? I think I found out what the issue was. I'm putting it at the wrong spot of the printer because it's going on this side right here. So this one does work. So let me go ahead and put it back. Let me put it back. Yeah. Yeah. Look at the instructions. Stop thinking you know what you're doing. AKA RTFM. They make those for a reason. Well, it's like I've built, several Vorons. I built the 2.4. I built the Trident, which is I just got the last parts I needed. So before I put panels on the Trident, I want to add lights. And I was going to put a camera on there, but the camera that I have won't work. I've got a different one that I'll have to use instead. But my panels came in, and I'll have to show you those panels because, yeah, they're awesome. They're awesome. So the stepper, let me put these two back where I got them. That stepper online motor is probably going like, hey, I get to be used. No, I don't. Darn it. Pork chops and baked potato. That sounds good. That sounds real good, actually. Okay, we've got set screws again, so we'll go ahead and get our Loctite out so we can get those set up. Yeah, that actually sounds real good, John Strand. Like, I'm a geographic bachelor right now, so I think I got, ooh, no, I've got leftover fajitas from lunch yesterday that may still be good. I can probably try and scarf on that. So I'm just going to go ahead and get this pressed onto the end there. I'm not going to tighten it down. I want it to free float. We're going to need a couple of our M4 by 8s and our M4 T-nuts. Yeah. Oh, you guys are killing me talking about food. Oops. Oh, yeah, that's what I need. Pretty good at cooking. It's just normally when my wife's not here, it's I think it comes down to why cook more than anything else. I went into the office for a meeting yesterday, and so we stopped and had lunch after the meeting, and then I just relocated to the house after the meeting. Those on there. See, we'll need the other closed loop belt. The 214 millimeter closed loop belt, but honestly, anything that's near that size is fine. It'll just mean that you'll pull your motor further aft to tighten it. So I'm just gonna roll that back, kind of make it tight, and hopefully these things will twist this time around for me. And that's going to be a no for that one. Pretty sure that was a no for that one. I got a partial twist. All right, so what I'm going to do is set this over, and we're going to play the gravity game again. That game where gravity is my friend and I use it to pre-twist nuts. Yeah, it's a nice looking kit. Other than that one, I'm going to call it a defect um on that one end cap, which is a machining. I mean, that's a manufacturing thing, and the Additiva guy designs the printers, but they're manufactured in China because this will come out of China. So it's kind of hard to say it's the Additiva guy's fault when there's a manufacturing defect. And I know it'll shock you guys that there's quality control issues coming out of China. But I mean, for the most part, I've gotten a lot of good things out of AliExpress in China. So I say that, but it's you can get some really good stuff out. So I'm just gonna kind of pre-tension that by hand, tighten these down. That's good. And I'm going to rotate this some just to let this belt and the pulley kind of sink in alignment. Find its natural. Actually, I need to put it up on its side or put it back upright. And it will find its natural kind of rhythm and space. And once it kind of self-aligns, then we'll just go ahead and tighten down the set screws. It's like that. Oh God, now you're going to start talking about burnt ends. Jesus, you guys are going to kill me here. Use Cosmos, Camuscu honey, bee rub, and brown sugar and honey that is made on your farm. Oh, oh man. Which belt design do you think is better though, vertical or angled? Um, what do you mean by vertical or angled? Exactly. I live in NC. Go get some barbecue. The Where I live, there's no decent barbecue places. I mean, if you've ever been in North Carolina, you would have heard of Smithfield's, and it's Smithfield's Chicken and Barbecue, and we literally mean barbecue pulled pork or chicken. That's it. That's all they serve. I can go to the Pick and Pig, but I'd have to do that. Maybe I go do that Saturday after the stream. Is go to Pick and Pig. That would be good. That's about a 20-minute drive away, and it's right on an airfield. It's a grass strip airfield, and they have some really awesome barbecue. Cosmos Universe. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. So this is outside of playing with the baby belts, this is my first, this is going to be my first, like, I'll say full-size belt printer. I haven't done the 90-degree belt printers. Really the difference is if you're on a 90-degree belt printer, the belt's your bed, but it still acts like a Y-axis where it just rolls forward and does your print like a normal Cartesian printer. Then at the end, it can cool down, roll forward, and then start doing the next print. So it's great for production of same like things. This is also good for that serial production. What a 90-degree belt printer can't do is long items, right? So that's kind of the difference there. And really on a 90-degree belt printer, I don't think the slicer per se is any different. It's just more of the ending G code that would rotate forward to quote unquote clear the build plate and drop the printer or the print off into a bucket or a catch bin or something to do your endless loop of like same production run of the same type of thing. Um, I mean, quite honestly, it looks I don't know. I don't know. This was the outer side that was there. I don't know if there's a difference. I mean, this has the seam right there, and I'm not feeling the seam on the other side, though there obviously has to be a seam of some sort. So, oh no. So the bottom seam is like right here, and the seam on the other end is kind of like right here. But it feels the same on these belts. Yeah, I'll have to double, triple check. Maybe I'll ping Edge of 3D when I see him because I haven't seen him on here. Oh yeah, these could definitely do production runs, and you could do the same thing with this, like you see, like Pooch at Repcord and Edge of 3D has done it where you wall mount these, and then as you do the print, because yeah, the print's going to come this way, so this is the end of the printer or the print. So you could wall mount this, put a bucket at this end, and then just do production runs right off of it. No, I don't want to say that you're not important enough. I just think that he's pretty darn busy, and I really don't know. Like, I really can't tell a difference looking at it and a difference in the sides of the belt, quite honestly. Um, yeah, I don't know. Odd Light, now you're just being mean. Actually, I've got 2 trays of tomatoes sitting in the kitchen. Mrs. Dragon went and pulled all these tomatoes from the garden and then left. And so I've got to do something with them because I can't eat them all. So I'm going to have to like do something to make like sauce or something out of them. You know, prep them for either spaghetti sauce or like a soup base. Okay, so where were we at? The next thing up. So before I forget, let me grab my, like, I wish I could, what did I do with my notepads? You guys know what I did with the notepad that I had? Oh, there it is. So we got the notepad back. So punch down list for the belt printer. So we're printing an end cap. Check belt. I do know that the new belts, they did say has better has better adhesion than the previous ones. So on the original kits that didn't have the CNC'd front edges here for the tensioners, the belts that were coming with those had adhesion issues, so you had to really use the glue stick on it. But we shouldn't have that problem with these belts. And in fact, let me take a quick gander at the website to see if there is a statement about the belt. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily say anything about the belt there. And yep, not seeing anything necessarily there. Um, no, I'm not going to be getting any nipple nozzles. Um, there's no need to get any because, well, I already have some. Georgia with E3D gave me these 3 nozzles at Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest, which means I would need a Revo. Oh, oh wait, what's this? So we've got a Revo CR for it. What I want to do is print with it like this, then do the upgrade. And I really, really need to think through it before I break out the Revo CR and install that, because she is a sweetie. And in fact, I got those nozzles at, like I said, Rocky Mountain Rep Rat Fest before they were even announced and released. So, so my thought process is, before I swap this out for a Revo CR, one, Justin was Breakcore Justin last night was trying to talk me into just going with a Slice Engineering one. I'm not a Slice Engineering guy. I think they're just way too expensive. But I am, if I decide to get the add-on kit, which is I think like $200, but it moves all the X and Y to linear rails. And if I do that, then that kit comes with the ByQ H2 V2 hot end. So it'd be a different hot end. And what I would do, since it would come with a new metal mount for that particular hot end and everything, is I would just go ahead and buy the version that has the Revo in it and be able to run the Revo nozzle, and then have a ByQH2 that I can use on something else. Or maybe do as a giveaway or something. Who knows? Yeah, that's the thing, is I can't get behind the. I mean, I know they're an American company and all that good stuff, but just the cost is insane. So I that's been my issue, is just the cost of trying to get into that ecosystem, because once you're there, you have to get all of their stuff, right? And okay, so now we're going to install the heat bed. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this down on the ground and pick up the heat bed and put it up here so that I have room to actually work on the bed. Oy. Oh, don't worry, eventually we're going to do something with those cables. And I did go ahead and disassemble the bed from the Y-axis. So that part's done. I just need to yeah. Oh man, is there a Luke at Slice Engineering? Okay, let's see if we can't get these back in line. All right, so those are all lined up there. Um, I'm looking at the base. Take the original heat bed, temporarily remove heating element, then uninstall all V-slot wheels. Yep. Depending on it, your holes and positions may vary. Mine do vary from that. They will always have at least 2 pairs of aligned holes as shown in the next picture. Okay. Installing the support bars. Use M5 by 8 screws and M5 slot nuts. M5 by 8. M5 T-nuts. One of those. Uh, okay, so there's 2, 3, 4 T-nuts. I'm going to grab these other 2 aluminum extrusions that we've had here and peel the plastic off of them. I can find the end that starts. Yeah, apparently I need to continue to cultivate my connections with various vendors in the 3D print industry, because if my next, if my job at my current company ever goes away, I don't think I'm going to stay in this career field that I'm in. I don't know if I can do this full time, nor if that my wife will let me do this full time, but I don't know how much longer I want to deal with security and all that stuff. Um, I don't think the build's been too bad. The the T nuts I hate. Let's just go there. The hammerhead T nuts, hate with a passion. I'd much rather see different style of T nuts. Um, but yeah, other than that, I mean everything's been great. So I'm just kind of looking at I'm trying to look at the way the plate is and make sure I get it put in the right direction. I don't think it's going to matter though, because it's not like it's moving. So we'll do like this. We'll get our our parts here. You're siphoning your, yeah. Well, and that's, I was kind of shocked the other day because we were talking to our financial advisor, and my wife's like, okay, so what if he retires in 5 years? And I just kind of was like, huh? Like, something I don't know? And really she's like, well, I just heard you talk. And she goes, I figured might as well ask the question and see what it would look like. So, hey, Kit Skyfire, how's it going? Yeah, I mean, I could get a part time gig and I could go and do like freelance work as well. So I could still do security work, but as kind of a freelancer. Though, like I said, I think I just want to get out of this work all around, but we'll see. We'll see how it plays out. Um, Apparently, that's a M3 T nut, not an M5 T nut. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is slide both of those up against the edge. They should be 40 millimeters between edges. So it's inside to inside. Okay, so apparently I'm going to have to go and use the other two sets of holes. Instead of the outside holes, I need to put them in the inside holes. Well, that's always fun. At least we figured that out now. You got a slide ruler and you're happy. Well, I'm glad that the slide ruler made you happy. Oh yeah. So you're doing a Tri-Zero build. I think, isn't Zombie doing one as well? I think that's what he was talking about, that he had to do his own, like tapping the threads and stuff on his frame. Oh, that's cool. All right, now let me check. It wants to be 40 millimeters. Okay. Um, so we want 40 millimeters between the aluminum bars, and that's from like right edge to right edge. And then we want them to be about the same distance front to back. Those are not. Well, no. No, needs to slide about a millimeter. Oh, those actually turned for the most part. Okay. Ditches the top hat and does a full. Okay. That's awesome. So it appears that these T-nuts worked a lot better than those M4 T-nuts did. So what I just did there was I made sure that I've got 40 millimeters, and if you look at it, it's between the right edge and the right edge, right? So it should be 40 millimeters between center to center of the rails, top to bottom, and this plate should be centered along the rails itself. So I believe we're there. Yeah. Have fun at work, John Strand. So that's awesome. Install heat bed element back again, holding the screws and leveling nuts compress the springs almost half their size. So we're going to bring our heating element back over here, and we're just going to set this back on top. Yeah, I'm just trying to line things up with the way that they've got it in the diagram. So get these lined up. I'm going to apply some pressure down, which should hopefully keep the screws from spinning on me. Probably won't, but I'm hoping. And I'm going to try and get these down a fair amount. It says halfway. I'm going to try and get it fairly well compressed before we put it in there, and then we will fix that part in an upcoming step. Okay, so we got that. Proceed to insert the heated bed with support aluminum bars assembled from the right side of the machine under the tensioned belt, which we haven't tensioned the belt yet. We'll get there. Cable of heat bed will come out the right side of the machine and going to the electronics box. So we're going to kind of take a look at how it's set there. We'll move our mouse. We're going to set this down on the ground briefly while we grab the printer and bring it back up here. There we go. Printer back up here. And from the looks of it, this is our belts for our x-axis and our y-axis. So we want to bring the bed in from the direction I'm looking here. And we're going to route our cables to the box, which is over in this back right corner that you're seeing. Okay, so if our cables need to come back over here, then when I put the bed in, I want the cables to be going in first and heading over towards the box. So I'm just going to kind of center this and set it in there. It should be able to sit on the side rails. You can look to printables, or you could go, if you want DIN rail mounts, you can look at the Voron GitHub page, and 2.4 Trident, they're going to have DIN rails for just about everything you're going to need. So we're going to use the heat bed mounting plates fixed by M4x8 screws and M4 slot nuts, 5 units on each side, to install the heat bed assembly as shown in the next picture. The right position is determined by the 280 millimeter dimension. Okay, so that'll be fun. So, what was I looking for? What are those? These are our bed parts. These are the ones that have the belt E3 on them. Kind of give you a little bit of a bling. And what I think I'm going to do is mount the tops on the rails, and then I will worry about doing the side mounts by flipping the printer up and over and doing that normal thing to be able to work those M4x8 T-nuts that we love so much. Yeah, we're getting close. We are printing a part right now that we're going to need because we are missing one of our, well, we're not missing it. This piece right here has a machining defect on it. You'll notice at the top, the chamfers on that hole are very nice and centered. Where if we flip it over, you'll notice that the chamfer on the back is off center. And if I put the rod in this and screw it onto the tube, the rod is angled to one side. And spinning the rod doesn't change the lean that rod has, which tells me it's not the rod being bent, it's the bore on that piece. So what we're doing is we're in the process of printing a replacement piece on the 2.4 behind me. So with any luck, it gets done tonight and we can still add it. If not, that'll be a Saturday morning part of the stream. I'm going to slide this towards me and I'll readjust the camera. But what I want to do is set this right on the edge so that I can set this plate on the bars and it will sit down off the edge over and overhang. Because it has to overhang for me to go ahead and get these. And then what I'll do is I'll use basically having the these riser parts in place as the stops as I flip it on the side so that it doesn't fall over when I'm trying to mount the side pieces. If that makes sense. So that side's done. I want to do this, flip this up here. I'm just going to flip this around. So what I'm doing is I'm just taking my T-nuts, sliding them in the edge there. And then I was taking my bracket and setting it down, but you'll notice that it's too high. I'd have to lift the side bracket up, which is what I'm going to do right now. Is I'll lift the side bracket up, line my holes up on the T-nuts, get them started. Thing on this side. Go ahead and press that plate fully up against the bars. Tighten them down. Now, I basically have these as stoppers, so when I put it up on its side, the bed doesn't fall out. And all I need to do is I can slide this forward and back, and I need to get that 280 measurement. Now I can start putting in my T-nuts and screwing those down. Yeah, Yegi will do it. But like I said, if for most of your controller boards, your power supplies, Raspberry Pis, SSRs, and stuff like that, the Voron team has a set that you can go on the Voron. Just do a search for Voron GitHub. Go out to either the 2.4 or the Trident, and you can pull those files down, and you should be good to go that way. So this, we're looking for 280 millimeters from the front edge to this back edge here. So I'm just going to put my ruler up here, find the edge. Line it back slightly to get to that 280. We're good right there. And then I'm just going to go ahead and get the top two set in place, and that will lock it in from moving anymore. Okay, my light. I'm not going to crank that down just yet. Get this other one put in place. So what I want to do is just make sure that the bottom edges line up too. And I want it right flush at the bottom. You use that roller to line everything up. Tighten the screws down on one side. Then we'll be able to flip the printer and do the other 3 screws on the other side. We'll go ahead and double check our measurement for the 280. Okay, that's way off. So let me, that's 280 there. How is it 280 on one side, like 260 on the other? That's all kinds of hella crooked. So what that tells me is I'm going to have to undo, not undo, but loosen up these bars because these bars may be racked. And they were not perpendicular. What would be a good paint to paint parts that was made out of PLA? I just watched um, a tutorial by Frankly Built, Frankly Built, and he used duplicolor rattle cans for his Mandalorian helmet that he printed. I mean, there's nothing wrong with rattle cans. They're used for a lot of things. I'm not tightening that down. I'm just going to snug it up and then I'm going to check my distance again. So we can get that set right. Yeah, and you know, even like when I was building my airplane, there was a lot of people that were using auto body paints and auto body paint systems um, for their builds, partially because like certificated, as in FAA approved aircraft paint is expensive, like crazy expensive. They had a lot of people that were, if you're doing home built, you don't have to follow the certification guidelines as like commercial planes and stuff. So a lot of people will wind up using a different type of paint scheme. Now, is it lighter or heavier? Don't know. And weight is a consideration in airplanes, but doing cosplay and stuff, I plan on using rattle cans for the armor suit that I'm doing right now. You just painted a Piper Cub. Well, and then like Piper Cubs and stuff, I've seen a lot of people that will take their well, we call them rag wings, but the tube and fabric airplanes, and they'll actually I've seen people actually roll latex paint on them. Doesn't have the same level of UV protection, but depending on what you put underneath it, you could use the latex paint as a top coat. The problem is it's heavy. Paint it back to tub yellow. Nice. Okay, so we've got our bed our bed's now mounted in there. Though I did loosen up these 4 bolts to let these kind of shift a little bit. So I'm going to need to put these back down on there. Fairly good. Okay. Let's see what's up next. Wow, look at that. That screen is on and it doesn't have a cable. It's not connected to anything. So we'll install the screen on the right side of the machine, which is this side over here. So we'll turn this around a bit. So we're going to install that plate right here and then the screen onto that plate. That plate is the one that we printed earlier. So we use M5x8 screws into the extrusion. And then what? Like just install the screen on the right side using its original M5x8 screws. Okay. There's my screen. And I'm going to have to open this back up and grab the kit of excess parts. Not kit, but these are all of the parts that we've taken off of it or never installed on it. So look for the button heads. Okay. Oh, there it is. So there's the two button heads. We're going to install these. Put this on the right side of our bracket. And just to be on the safe side, they put an S on it for you, so you can tell which side to put it on. Yeah, I guess we're just going to thread this right through the plastic. I guess if you really wanted it to be secure, you could put an M5 nut behind the plastic. Lettered it by hand. Nice. Do I have another couple of M5 by 8s? And these will go into the front extrusion here. It'll probably be easier to put the wiring on there. The wiring that we have closed up um, in the chassis. So we'll have to work on that in a minute once we get access to the um, English sometimes. Once we put it on the side, we'll open up the electronics case and start the rest of the wiring. We'll go ahead and install the cable for this. Hey, Pezliz, how are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Okay, so we got those there. Um, what's next? It's going to have me mount the power supply. And we install that on the right side of the machine using the original M4 by 20 screws. So it's going to mount right here in these holes. And it says to use the original M4 by 20 screws. Well, hopefully those are in here somewhere. Double check that these are M4s. They are. And they are 20 millimeters long, or at least that one is. I'm going to say, this little thing comes in handy whenever you're doing build. A simple print, and it's like the last two layers that you would do a filament change to get the printed numbers. But definitely something I would highly recommend. Okay, power switch and receptacle go towards the outside. And it's just a matter of lining up holes. And there is a modification to mount this underneath the printer to kind of get it out of the way from being on the side here. And I will probably do some of those mods down the road. I know Edge of 3D has a full skirt system, so it would raise it up and then you can undersling all the electronics and make it a little bit nicer. But that'll be something for after we get it up and running and moving under its own power. Yep, you snuck in. And glad you're able to keep cool. Because I know it's been hard all around the US and especially up in Canada dealing with all the fires and stuff. It wants us to install the filament holder on the left side using its original M5x8 screws and M5 lock nuts. And we are going to hold off on doing that simply because, yeah, I want to be able to lay the printer over on its side easier without touching something. And because I just put like oh wow, that's really floppy. We'll have to do something about that. So yeah, we'll worry about mounting that in a little bit. Belt edge element. This is the front edge that we mount with some more of the M4x8s. And that would get mounted right up here. We'll add that in a little bit. And then there's our wiring diagram. And there's a couple of things that we will have to run new wiring for. So that's why we haven't done anything with our big wire loom just yet. Now, something else that I was looking for was whether or not I actually got this came with this printer. The Bowden coupler, which I am not seeing over here. So let me take a quick look in here, see if it's in the other bag. There it is. Well, all the screws and stuff I put into this bag. Got a spare nozzle. Got a spare Bowden coupler. Go ahead and toss that in that bag as well. Once again, this was a refurb kit that I bought. I've got 2 more coming in. So you do have the set of tools, the glue stick. We'll keep that out just in case. The next to nothing filament sample, set of flush cutters, always good. We'll toss that over here with the rest of the collection. a spatula, acupuncture needle, and apparently I got some other partially open bag of filament samples that are, I don't even know what you would do with that. Like that won't even go through the Bowden tube. So we're just going to throw that away. We'll take the rest of this stuff. We'll take the acupuncture needle and we'll add it to our set that we have over here. That way it's out of the way and we'll grab it if we need it. I'll spatula back in there. And we also have the standard ubiquitous USB card reader with the 8 gig NATAC micro SD card. Have no idea what's on it, but we'll find out down the road. We'll set that over there with the computer. I think we've got everything out of here that we're going to need. Did want to screw this in so that we can actually get our Bowden tube put in, and that will hopefully keep things out of the way a bit. And like I said, I am going to run this with the standard extruder. I'm not going to worry about swapping it out for a metal extruder or anything like that yet. That may happen down the road. But yeah, we'll check into that. So connect all the cables back in the motherboard. For the stepper motors, use the supplied 1 meter cable instead of the original ones. The X and the 45 only have end stops. The belt does not need one. We'll add that in a second. So I don't know. Let me see. We've got 3 4-pin to 6-pin cables. One 3-pin to 2-pin. So that would be the one end stop. I guess what I'm trying to figure out is which motors get these versus using the originals. But if there's 4, we've got what? XY, belt, and extruder. So it looks like we would use which ones would we use these for? Hey, KB3D Chris, how are you doing? We'll have to check and see again because for stepper motors, use supplied 1 meter cable motors instead of the original ones. So we've got the belt motor, the Y motor. So these two are going to need new motor or new cables, but I don't know why we would use a different cable for the extruder, the hot end, the extruder, and the x-axis. Doesn't make sense, especially since I only have three. Um, cables instead of four. Yeah, so this is, I don't know if this is the same exact belt, but this is a, well, it's a blue belt. We stick that over there so I can reuse that in a minute. And let me think. So I've got two motors way back there. What I need to do is kind of, that's down at the bottom. We bring that around. Now, all the hot end stuff should be able to make it over there without being overly constrained. So I think we're going to use that. The heater bed wires are going to come back, go underneath and join in. And then we'll figure out the rest as we go along. Where did I put the zip ties? Ah, there they are. So I am going to want to put some strain relief over here. We've got one piece right in there, but I'm going to attach a strain relief around the, I'll say the standoff of the case, standoff of the case. The standoffs that cover the Y belt pulley, or excuse me, the X belt pulley. And that way we'll have a little bit of a strain relief on this wire as we bring it down here and into the electronics case. I think I'm going to run these underneath and tuck them in. Should be able to tuck it by the bed here so that as this goes up, stay out of the way. We should still have enough room. All righty. Move that out of the way. Time to flip this over. Hey, oh, Modlight, before you take off, stick around for just a minute, okay? I want to show you guys something before I flip this over and we start the wiring. Okay? Let me make sure we got a good view here. So, our good friend KB3D Chris, since he's here, has done something for me. We've said that we've got a couple of things to do for the Trident before we put the panels on, but my new panels arrived. These are the smoked acrylic panels. Oh wow, that kind of glares. See if I can change that angle. But this is the panels that the vinyl stickers that he added to the panels for me. Yeah, these came out really cool, and I liked it. It kind of reminds me of the digital rainfall pattern from, um, God, words, The Matrix. So I think that works really, really well. So these will be on the Trident. Yeah, very well done. Very nice. I really, really, really appreciate all of that, Chris. Hopefully, I'm going to set this over on its side and not get uh, things caught up. Because we're going to start getting into some wiring, which means we're going to need to get into our wiring box here. So we'll have to take this apart and take this off. I think it's just the two top front edge pieces and then that one back piece. And the case itself should come out from the bottom. Oh yeah, definitely. They're going to look great. Well, apparently I got to take the two off the front as well. The M5x8s that hold the case in. And there's our case popping out. So now's where we're going to be starting to go in and wiring everything back up. So we'll have our bed heater and bed thermistor, which will be easy to identify since I actually took the plastic housing off the top of that one. That's awesome. Now this is where we'll go back to our wiring diagram. So the bed is the middle set of terminals here. Yeah, that'd be cool. By light. So the bed. Okay, this is a Creality 422 board. Sorry about this, folks. I'm trying to check real fast to see if I've got a wiring diagram, or not a wiring diagram, but an actual pinout to know which direction to put the wires in. I guess that's why they told us to take a picture of it. See if we can tell which color went in which direction. And that's going to be a negative. So if only I had an SKR Mini board show up. Oh, wait. Would the SKR Mini be the same polarity? Maybe not. Maybe not. So I'll have to, let me pull up the Creality board. Does actually, polarity shouldn't matter on the heat bed, should it? It might. Yeah, it shouldn't. So we'll now the fan it will, but for the heat bed it shouldn't. Well, what am I doing? You guys about let me do the cardinal sin, and that was just take their existing wires and put it back in there without putting, like, I don't know, ferrules or anything on it. You guys almost let me do it. Hey, Westery, how are you? How's Destiny going? Now, normally I would say you would want to cut these ends off. I got to see. No, I should have plenty of room. So I'm going to go ahead and cut these ends off. You don't have to go back too far. Just go back a little bit. Or, oh, Jesus. Not sure. Let me pull you guys in a little closer here. So I just went to peel back some slack on that. Come on. You see what happened there? The actual uh, insulation just peeled right off that wire. Yeah, no kidding. Thank God for heat shrink because I can't go that far back. I have never had that happen. Yeah, that's a new one, Chris. And if it um wasn't on a Creality machine, I would have just you know put all new wires on it. But I'm gonna have to put some heat shrink over that. Um, damn. Sorry, keep forgetting I was hot mic'd. I'll check it here in a second, Mod Light. Almost done. Oh, we are done. Let me heat shrink this, and then I'll pull it off the printer, and we'll take a look. This should noise cancel. If it doesn't, I apologize. Crap, I gotta do both sides. Yeah, it peeled some off the other side as well, so grab some more heat shrink. Yeah, I have never seen wire do that. Not even on my other Creality machines. That's kind of weird. Okay, so I have to remove the ports. I don't know about you, but that came off pretty well. Gonna go on this side. So yeah, we're probably gonna have to take the screen off again. Yep, heat shrink and heat guns definitely a maker's best friend. That and a hot snot gun. I may have to actually like reprint this screen mount and just like double the thickness of it because that just feels awful floppy. Um, so what are we gonna do? Close that up and grab our two ferrules and close that up because if I don't, I know me. And my box of ferrules will be on the ground and we'll be playing 20, or, like 300-pound pickup. And after that wire did that, I'm not even going to strip them. I'm just going to go ahead and, well, hang on it. Get the right ones, Luke. No, you guys are right. I need to actually strip those or I'm going to be mad at myself for not doing it. So you should be able to tell where the solder wicked in just by bending it. And you want to cut out the part where the solder wicked down into and just get past it. You can get back into your clean wire. Then you'll strip that and put ferrules on it. You leave it tend. What's going on? These are, no way. These. The only problem with keeping them tend mod light is if there is any type of short or something, it could potentially melt that solder. And if you melt it into the connector, you could have a short. Now, we shouldn't have that problem with any of these new boards, but it's really, if you're going through the hassle of putting ferrules on it, do you really want to take a chance? Okay, you said it doesn't matter what direction, and we're going in the middle. Is there anything you should know about using heat inserts? Um, with what? As far as what goes. So I've got the heat bed installed, and I'm going to install my thermistor for the bed, which is the second from the end. Right there. This mess that's coming down is going to be somewhat tight, but we'll have our hot end wires, which are once again bare. I'm not sure if those are tender. I don't think they are. I think that's just the way they are. So we'll go ahead and put some ferrules on those. Well, I use them all the time. The biggest thing is whatever. So like when you're putting heat set inserts into PLA, you want to set your soldering iron at the same temperature that you would print PLA with. Like by default, when I do my soldering iron, when I turn it on, it'll come on at 300 C. Well, that's great if you're doing ABS, but if you're going to put it into PLA, you will over melt things. And that's no bueno. So you'll want to drop that back down closer to 200 C so that you don't over melt the parts as you're doing your heat sets, because otherwise you'll have a bad day and you could blow through your part rather easily or deform it where you're doing your heat set. I'm putting ferrules on my hot end wires. And the hot end is the furthest one of our screw down blocks. Once again, no specific order, so we'll just get those put in. This other set of wires with the open ends is the always on fan. We can go ahead and put ferrules on that for now. And quite honestly, I don't think, if we swap this board over for a SKR Mini in the near future, hint, hint, I think there's one in the mail that should be here in a day or two. We'll just cut these ends off and we'll put a JST connector on it. And there will be polarity on this, so we need to make sure we get it right. And it looks like positive is towards the power terminal, so that means the one furthest back will be our negative or black wire. And the one towards the front will be the red wire. You want to make sure that these are seated all the way in the terminal when you screw them down. And if they're not, definitely double check and make sure they're pushed tight so you don't have any issues with arcing between any of these. And if you need to, you can cut the ferrule a little bit shorter as well. Yep. Oh, thanks for the follow, Rocket Drone. Hey, Comfortably Dumb, how are you doing today? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Yeah, and it's the same thing as, and thank you for the follow, Comfortably Dumb as well. Thank you. And I see NeoCat or NeanoCat following me. I'm sorry for missing that earlier. Thank you so much. He's gonna have a big order from you next Tuesday. Awesome. Yeah, I still owe you guys an affiliate link, so I will get that posted in the Discord channel as well as the probably over on the YouTube, because I guess I can put it in the description of the VOD, but you'd have to go check the VOD. So the blue and yellow wires is the part cooling fan, if I remember right. Yeah, because the hot end fan is going to be the always on. The blue and yellow is the part cooling fan. I'm going to double check the wiring. Yes, and that one, you've got your two fans here and here. Apparently you guys can't see that. Sorry. So you've got the two fan connectors right here. The one towards the center of the board is our controller fan. And then the one to the left of that or underneath that will be the one for our part cooling fan. And this is the one that we can turn on and off, where the other one is into an always on location. Okay, so that was it. Actually, that may actually be a pin that we can address. And then this one is the um, hot end thermistor, which goes all the way down here. And once again, I had pulled the JST pin cover off when I pulled it off, apparently. Now it's going to be fun trying to get it back on. And we'll just pull this over and plug it in. And we'll worry about our, well, actually, that is not going to be long enough. So we are going to have to maybe undo all these and reroute it above instead of below. Yeah, these are going to be fairly tight. Oh, yeah. So I've got the, was it the TS 100 or 101 style? So the little thin stick one. And it heats up extremely fast. Um, yeah, and isn't KB3D carrying the CNC kitchen heat inserts now? I know there's a couple of places he announced in the States that are carrying them. So that goes there, that goes there. Plug this one back in here. This one's going to come back in here. I'm just going to, like at first it looks like it's going to have plenty of room, but that it does not. Really, I think the holdup, if I undo that thermistor wire again, so the issue with having the length is the thermistor wire more than anything else. So we're going to have to extend this thermistor wire. Yay. That's going to be fun. Okay. Was that up? How are we doing on time? It's 8:45. Let's see, what else do we have? The motors. I'm surprised there wasn't anything in that bundle with the motors, but what I look at doing here, it just got eerily quiet in the Dragon's Den because all the printers stopped. Okay, so these are the Z and Y motor cables, which we won't need. We'll set those aside. The X cables, though, we should probably be able to use these because it'll be the X end stop, the X motor, and the extruder motor. So I'm going to pass this kind of the same way as the other one. And what do we got? We've got X, which will go into X, E, which will go into E. And then we'll have the X end stop, which is that one there. So we only use the X and the Y end stops. So we've got those there. This needs to come down the middle and around the side like that. We need to bring cables from our other two motors. And what I'm going to do, oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize that two of these were like together. And they didn't separate them all the way out. That's interesting. So let's grab our Sharpie and we will mark these at both ends so we know which motor is going into what. So we're going to have the Y motor and the Z motor. So let's do the Y motor first. So just mark it Y. And we'll do that at both ends. And the Y motor is the one that's going to be on the diagonal. So that'll be this one up here. The Z motor. Belt motor. Go ahead and install that one. And what I'll have to do is print a few cable clips so that we can bring these back here nicely and route them down and around easier. For now, I just want to get things cabled up, and then we'll work with a little bit of cable management, bringing these all together and wrapping them again. What else are we missing? We're missing the Y end stop, which we had a dedicated wire for, and we're going to add that end stop here in a minute. But what we'll do is get our wire straightened out. And the 2-pin side goes on our board right there. And then that goes to the far side over here. So it's actually going to run with this grouping through the, out the back and through our slot here, but it's going to run against this edge and then up. And we'll have to install that still. Then we're going to have our main power cord, which once again, cut this right behind the wicked solder. And we'll add ferrules to this. And these are going to be, these will definitely be polarity. So we'll need to pay attention to, we'll pay attention to the polarity on these. Yeah, we're getting closer. The big thing is we're going to have to extend our thermistor wire a little bit. And we'll do that the same standard way that I do, which is I'll just use those little solder connectors. And I probably got another thermistor wire somewhere, so it'll be easy enough to extend those out. So, positive towards the fuse, negative on the other side. When you screw down these connectors, just give them a tug. I mean, don't try and like rip them out of the sheathing, but give them a gentle tug to make sure they're properly seated and they're fully engaged. Okay, so that's all of our wires. Like I said, this is going to come in and run out, and I'm actually going to run around the side like that. And all of these wires, we're going to need to kind of work them back. Don't need to get that one. So this is the one we need to extend. Let me see if I've got a little bit of extra thermistor wire in here. And grab my solder connectors. What I'm trying to do is just find wire that I may already have a 2-pin JST on, just, well, because I'm lazy, or I'm wanting to be lazy right now. And if I don't, that's no big deal. I'll just find the correct gauge wire and go ahead and make it. Yeah, me lazy? Never me. Yeah, this is how lazy I'm going to be. Hey, look, it's red and black, but that should be plenty of length to get me where I'm going here. So, and I will depin this connector and reuse it later. So I will toss that into my stash. Um, that down out of the way. All right. I'm sorry, folks. I'm going to go ahead and get something going again. Like I said, it's eerily quiet and it's kind of scary. Yeah. Actually, no, I'm not, because now I'm going to have to think about it because that spool's almost out. All right, forget it. We'll keep going. We are going to strip a bit of this. So these are the connectors that I'm going to use. So it will, it's heat shrink tubing, but it is going to also, it's got a bit of solder right in the middle. So it will create the solder joint. And all you do is you get both of your wires into, overlapping where the solder joint will be and heat it up. And one, you'll have the heat shrink on each side that will kind of melt it together. And then you'll have the solder, the heat shrink on each side will kind of hold your wires together for the solder to actually take effect. So I'm going to go ahead and get this started. You want to let it cool down a little bit because it will get like kind of tacky on the heat shrink tubing. So you want to let it cool down a little bit. But if you want to form it into a shape or straighten it out, now is a good time to do it while the heat shrink is still a little malleable. Oh, you're going to start building your Trident and you say you had the whole morning to kill. Yeah, there's a part of me that wants to start the 2.4 soon, but that comes after this build. And possibly I might throw a revisit of the Trident and the Rook as we work through and resolve the last parts of those builds. And then we'll get into the 2.4. Yeah, that was a 300 size Trident, wasn't it, Chewy? I believe that was all of that. So it would have been nice on this kit if for the in-stop wire that they gave you, if it was uh, rather than two individual strands, if it was a standard 2-wire black white pair. Because I hate having the loose strands, but we'll add some zip ties through here as a little bit of wire management. Those are good. And this, once again, is the thermistor way down here. So that is all of our wiring in place. We will need to attach this as we go to flip it up and over, but a little bit of wire management will be pulling all the wires together. Oh, wait, seriously? Just trying to pull your wire bundle together and kind of manage it and line it up, because you're going to have to put your wire wrap back on around these cables so that they're protected from the metal here. So hopefully you haven't thrown away that tape, because you're going to need it to create a protected wire bundle right here. And somewhere down the road, from doing the Enderwire project, I know that there is a part that I can print that will fit in this gap. This is being a pain in the butt. To protect all these wires. It's way more painful than it needed to be. Okay, so now we're going to plug in the other fan. We're going to reroute our screen cable out of the way. Fold this over. Make sure things are out of the way of that fan. And then we'll line it back up and put some screws in place. Two front pieces that go into the extrusion. We're going to add this bottom piece to pull the bottom of the case up against the frame. There's our cable coming out the side gap here. And then we'll add our two tiny screws at the top. Just like that, our electronics are closed up. Got a couple of more things to do. You just bed's not going anywhere. This stuff will come down through here. I think I'm just going to put seriously, that was cruddy. So apparently I can't run the power wire in there. It needs to come out separately because it needs the full length to be able to connect. And we'll be taking the cover back off so that we can pull the power cable out and route it straight up. Put that over there, and we're going to grab our zip ties and use a gratuitous amount of zip ties. We'll keep those things out of the way. This piece goes here. Where the heck? Oh, there we go. Isn't wiring fun, boys and girls? Okay, and I don't. Oh, let me think. Let me think. Okay, so we got that there. Let's. All right, now I'm just about to be done. We do this. It's probably going to rub. Essentially on the side of the belt. Power supply connected. Go ahead and throw a zip tie or two on these. Try and keep them a little bundled and out of the way. Stuff go up there. This comes back here. Go ahead and do a little bit of a doubling up of wires as necessary. Going to go somewhere up over in this region. So this is probably going to be too long, and we'll have to add that to a doubled up wire at some point. And all I'm doing now is just very, very minor wire management just to keep things out of the way. And like I said, I'll try and do some clips that I can run along the edges here to keep things out of the way more. So loop that over the edge there. Get this out of the way, get this out of the way. I'm not going to cut those zip ties just yet. Well, yeah, I am. If I don't, they'll hit the belt and make sure our monitor cables out of, or not monitor, but our display cables out of the way. Set that there. This is the wire that'll have the X and E in stop, or not in stop, but X and E wires in them. Let's see if these are actually going to be long enough. Get this around a tad bit more so I can see better what I'm doing. There we go. So there's X. This one would be E. Yeah, this may be why they were saying, use a different wire. X and stop would be underneath here. However, that is awful tight, and it is dragging the belt at the bottom. So we undo the E. That'll give us plenty of room. So it looks like what we need to do is actually use this other cable here for the E, which means I'll have to go back underneath the deck to change that. Back from work already. Put that back down underneath there, and I'll get that a little bit later once I get in there. We will kind of strain relief this other stuff over here. And this other E cable, I'm just going to fold back on itself like that, and we'll zip tie all of this stuff right here. Thank you, sir. I am trying my best. I almost feel like things like the bed wire, there's really no nice way to route it. Um, yeah, and then our end stop wire is over here. And so our end stop, ugh, we're going to mount our end stop over on this side. So what we will need to do, turn her off the e-motor, is find one of our X or I'm sorry, the Z or the Y end stop, or just grab an end stop from somewhere. You've got a bunch of these Creality style end stops, and we're going to mount it on the other piece that we printed. So it's going to mount right in, whoops, right through here. And that was the one thing that we didn't do earlier. And oh, there it is. I was like, where's the mouse? Um, did it? Wait, wiring diagram. Oh, there we go. So it should just be the case of taking out the screws and then reusing them for the other mount, I'm hoping. Oh, dear God. Who put the ugga dugga on these? There, line it up and install it on our printed part. Kill the fan on the bug boo. That sucks. Okay, that's mounted. We're going to need a so dreaded M4 by 8. An M4x8 T-nut. Let's get that restarted. We'll move those two things over to that pile. We'll move this out of the way. Over there. That over there. And I'm going to rotate the printer around again because we're installing it on, which side is this going on? Installed on this side, but that I think is an old diagram picture because it used, well, in the original manual, it calls for putting the Y motor over on this side. But if you do, then you may not be able to get enough travel in your Y end stop to actually have it be effectual or effective. What I'm going to do is just try and get this started and see if I can't get my, for once, my T-nuts to actually rotate. Thank God, I think it did. Okay, so what I want to do is bring this down until it touches the bed. So, and then we'll move our end stop up to where it's just making contact and triggering. End stop's like going way, way down there. I just hit the bed. So all I'm going to do is push the end stop up until I hear it click. Which I just heard it click. And that's where I'm going to go ahead and set it initially. And it faked me out because I thought it turned and it didn't. Rat bastard. Too bad when you gotta like use a secondary light, and that does look like it turned. So now you'll take your end stop wire and you'll have to install that. That would have been easier to install beforehand. But, you know, why would we do the easy thing? Okay. Well, we're going to have to install it and then reset it. Okay. Just triggered and we're on the bed. So that part's there, good. We'll have to adjust some of our wiring. We need to change the wire out for the other motor. So we'll have to flip that over and this down here. We'll have to get back into our case to swap our extruder motor wire. And then once we're done with that, folks, I'm actually going to call it quits. So if you guys want to start thinking about who we can raid out to, that would be awesome. So which fan did you kill on your bugaboo? Ian is on? Okay. And it was the part cooling fan? And what I'm going to do for now is I'm just going to pull out the extruder, bring this one in here and plug in for the extruder. Kind of put that extra wire over here out of the way, or at least attempt to if it'll let me. Pulled the wire out. Did it pull out from the fan? Because I've seen that happen several times where it actually pulls out of the fan itself. Yeah. All right. And so at this point, I think we have all of our initial wiring done. Um, and I'm hoping and praying that everything works because, well, I got this in the box and I never did like uh, install, build the base Ender 3 and then run it. So I technically don't have an idea if this will actually, work. Like, is the board good? Was the board dead? I don't know. Um, how are we doing there? All right, you can be doing good. So we need to put the screen back on. And like I said, I really, 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 this is way too flimsy. So we're going to have to reprint this screen mount and print it with, like make it twice as thick or something. Because this is just way too floppy and flimsy for my taste. And actually, I'm going to take this back off because what I'm going to have to do is take the belt off and try and put on that piece that we printed. So, and I'm going to do that off stream, folks. Like I said, I am tired. I need to grab something to eat. It's been kind of a long week. I'll mount the display and the spool holder a little bit after the stream. I'll get some food and then I'll try and fit this in, and then that'll let me be able to try and tension some things. I guess while I'm underneath here, I can try and get these end stop wires a little routed so that they're not all over the place and everywhere. Yep, well past dinner. Need to go grab some. This is what happens when my wife's not here to yell up at me and be like, hey, why are you still streaming? Oh, you're right. Or she'll lay the hint down because she'll make me dinner and bring it to me. And I'll be like, oh, I guess that means I'm done with the stream now. So, okay, gang. We've got a base printer here. We've got pretty much everything is installed and ready for power up and first initial, attempt. We still need to, I need to tension these belts. I need to fix the main Z belt, and then we'll get into, making sure that the Z belt is properly tensioned, that we set the bed right to the belt, so that we got good support on the bed. We may have to readjust that end stop just slightly when we do that. And yeah, then it'll be like software and stuff like that. So we're starting to look like we have a belt printer here. So, yep. And I will probably just take this for now and like zip tie it right around the frame there to keep it out of the way. But cool. All right, gang. Thanks a lot for being here. Somebody mentioned Ian. I haven't jumped over into Ian's stream in a little bit. So almost Alvi. The anchored albatross. What are they wood burning, Modlight? I mean, I'm fine with that, Modlight. Just what is it that they're wood burning right now? Doing nautical stuff? Okay. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, with this printer, I hope so, Pete. Like I said, it's first time doing one at this scale. I've done the baby belts, and I've had some success with the baby belts, but I also haven't had like dedicated tinker time on the baby belt either. So, but that's a me thing. So with that, guys, I'm going to go ahead and set up the raid. We're going to go over to, what was that? The anchored albatross. So let me get that set up. Raid. Whoops. The anchored albatross. Okay. Yeah, thanks. And thanks for the suggestion there, Monlight. Like I said, I like raiding into different people and different makers. So thank you for providing that information. Let's go on over and raid into the anchored albatross and check out what she's doing with her wood burning. And, thank you everybody for being here. We're going to get back to this Saturday morning, and hopefully we should see this working, or at the very least pushing some type of plastic out the nozzle, even if it's in free air. So thanks, guys. See you all on Saturday. And yeah, we'll chat then. Take care, everybody. Bye now.